Alright, it's time for an early start. Well, sudden start, rather. Just gonna finish putting some socks on because it's cold this morning. Like everywhere else in the world. Alrighty. Feel like we got the RS200 out, so we might as well go for the homologous races. There are only 3 of them, and they're on a couple of good tracks, so... let's go for that. Let's make sure I'm in the game. But what else is not there? Professional events. All the way down here, 3 races. I'm going to finish off my coffee. You got 200-point race. Oh, it's going to be because of what the Mitsubishi's probably. No, one of the Subarus. Let's see how quickly he takes off. Oh yeah, our acceleration is not the best. We're a bit dated. Whoa. We'll know for sure how bad. 4 seconds, nearly 5. We'll know for sure how bad this is once we reach the main strat. Having that Subaru in the front is a bit sketchy. Ooh, and that bridge is always... yeah, okay, he is slowly pulling away. Let's tune this up a little. You, Mr. Little Man. Hey, no, you're not in trouble. I just don't want you up on my desk. Hey. At least you're not knocking over the candle. You have at least 2 brain cells, it seems. There you go. Ooh, the other thing that we need to make sure we're doing too is we've got to change the traction control. I'm just going to quickly see. If I bring up this menu here, is it going to let me... no. So I can't choose to set it as default 1. It's always going to be on default. Excuse me. Let's go. just go to forward. Do they have an events? Focus, Mustang, okay. Going into the wrong menu. I have environmental distractions to take care of. No, hey. Yes, that's you. The need to reach the cupboard. I won't let him. Alright, let's give it the bare minimum. Oh, it's already got... We didn't do that, did we? No, we'll give it, Just go mediums. It's only 3 laps. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's already... Oh my god, you have to touch everything! Ah. Cats. Everything goes, because you are just... So playful. No, can't approve that. We can give it a stage 1 turbo, but then it increases it by like an unfair amount. Do it anyway. It's so cheap. And it's probably got all the drivetrain stuff already. Yeah, pretty much. We could go buy the other parts if we wanted to do some more specific tuning, but... There we go. Let's try again. And change the traction control. There's another RS200. Driving aids. Yeah. Still got some, yeah, this is way easier. And there's a forward focus. Or maybe that's what I saw and it wasn't a RS200. That might be it. This has got a much better acceleration now. Because it's not having to worry about TC and yeah, the turbos quite helpful there. Tires as well gives you a better grip for that acceleration, so you're not going to have that wheel spin. And cornering naturally. Sometimes it just tends to be that you just buy sports tires, that's all you need. But as you've seen, our usual setup is racing chip. Sometimes this sports suspension. We go with the flywheel, racing flywheel, because it's really cheap, and stage 1 or maybe 2 of weight reduction. In addition to the tires. Weight reduction and tires are like the most inoffensive ways of augmenting your car's performance. So that you're still getting that sort of, you know, feel of like, oh, it's the car's natural engine, quote unquote. I've never really understood what a racing chip translates to in like actuality, because what is it meant to be? That Subaru is taking off. I think that's the same one that we saw before as well, which is a bit tragic. Because he started at the front of the pack. It would be quite amusing if we have to concede defeat and buy one of those, because we should have bought one of those earlier. But we should be able to take this segment of the track a lot quicker than he can, because he's going to be quite careful braking, while we're free to just, yeah, scoot on downhill like that. Unless he's very close. Then we just got to make sure that we don't clip the side of the bridge. I have a habit of doing that. Bridges and tunnels, I always clip one. That was with careful braking. We're down to 2 seconds. What were we before? The final lap? The last lap, sorry. The first lap. I think it was 4 seconds. Already trimmed down at that time. And we don't have any other cars to compete against. Who the hell is all the way in the back? Is that the, Focus? Let's go. And this was sub 100 points, so the game reckons we're strictly better. But no. No, he's pulling away in these straights. This is our last lap. We've got to make it happen now, or it's too late. See, yeah, look at that. Look at the distance he creates down there. This half of the track is where we excel, partially because we're the player. Three seconds, yeah, he pulled away a bit. Let's go. Close that gap as best as we can. Looking forward to him here. We're feeling cheeky. There's another chance later on if we really want to. Look how close he is. We're gonna make it different. Make a difference here. 1 second. No, too wide. And the embarrassing thing is, yeah, we can't actually do too many improvements to this car. I'm gonna actually check if we can get a wing. Getting a wing from the GT Auto gives you that nice downforce that you can apply. And it's fairly cheap as well. The other thing is that the wings, yeah, we definitely shot too much, and he gets away in this dirt. I don't think this thing can get a wing. Ah, it's a shame. It was a better lap too, as the tyres were warmed. Relegation Heroes. Nice alliteration. So that is the Impreza 22B STO. Yucky. I gotta see if we can get something else that's not a Impreza out in front. Because he started on the top half of the pack. Let's relaunch it. I'm happy with our car's performance, and I'm happy to repeat on this track. So that's the... It's the one that came... this. Let's go. Is that Lancia behind us? So the Peugeot might maintain this lead for a little bit. Yeah. It's not the 22B, so I don't think this Subaru is going to be as deadly. And even though the 205 is pretty good in a straight line, he's got nothing on corners. Oh, but we don't want to screw with the gravel there. Yeah, that was a bit aggressive. You kind of get conditioned to drive a bit dirty against the AI, because the AI is just oblivious to where you are on the track, so even when you're trying to keep clean racing lines, the AI will just not even know you're there and insist on bumping into you. You see that all the time when we have those grid starts. We even had it really really badly with the pace car, one of the license tests, where it just runs right into us. And yeah, this is a much better race. One car, oh, okay, maybe don't slide. One car can make all the difference. Different grid, just by a single car can, yeah, change the difficulty of the race by a large amount. And particularly where that car sits on the grid. But now that our tyres are a bit warm, we won't slide as much. Oops, sorry. Look at this boxy rim. Who's in the back this? Oh, it's going to be the Lancia, probably. So this is one of the events that they added into Spec II, and I'm quite a fan of it. I'm just going to quickly fix that up. Hopefully it makes a small difference, hopefully. Yep, alright, bump that side. That's okay. It's a fairly forgiving track at this section. There are some other points in the track where if you make a mistake, then it does punish you for the misplay. But that's not one of them. It's one of the more forgiving in the game. Slow, but that's okay. Oh, so the 205 has maintained his lead. Good for him. You can hear that turbo kicking in, hissing in. So after this is Seattle, which has a lot of straights in it. It's a very peculiar map with that. It's allergic to curves. We'll see how that goes. And the last one is like, special stage route 5 or something like that. The other thing that Seattle likes is, 2 sections of the track where you're gonna get some airtime. Russian traffic dashcam stream? You don't even need that, you can look at Dashcams Australia. That's one of our main cultural exports up there with Bluey. They got your balls of fuck. I mean, yeah. I've been playing Forza Horizon 6, but I've really just been treating it as like a, hey, I'm just gonna drive on roads and admire the map. All the actual like events, I roll my eyes. Because Forza likes having fun. Like, the egregious, oh, we're gonna do, like, really stupid stuff. Oh, it's like, half of it is just Lancers. Like, driving on top of shipping containers, racing against a giant mech. Forza likes it's fun, but I'm like, just put me on the circuit, please. Put me on the track. Yeah, you race a mech. I actually do like how the, it is significantly different from this, but I do like how the cars feel in Forza. I think it's nice and different from what I'm used to. Because the first time I played it, I was like, oh, I'm fumbling, because I couldn't really get a sense of the weight of the car and such as I'm taking corners, and it was drifting all over the place. And of course, Forza does put a bit of emphasis on that sort of like, oh, you want to drift, rather than drifting is like, no, you don't want to drift. That was bad. Seeing it from the silent, yeah, fair. No, I grew up playing Gran Turismo 4. I still actually own a PlayStation 2 with the game. The only problem being that I don't have a functioning controller. Not one that's reliable, at least. So the PlayStation 2 is almost exclusively used for this game series of, like, I think it's just called Buzz, where it's just like a game show type thing, with, like, you know, game show questions and such, from an era that I will always fumble at answering questions for. But yeah, that's what the PlayStation 2 gets used exclusively for. It's for family gatherings and parties, just to play Buzz. But there's still Gran Turismo 4, not 3, sadly. I did play 3 a little bit, but when I was, you know, a functional, conscious human being, I was playing 4, not 3. 3 was kind of just there as like, it's 4, but different. Would have been about, God, I didn't know how old I would have been. GT4 came out in 2004, so I would have been older than that, so I would have guessed about like 5 or 6. Maybe even 7 if we feel free. But like, yeah, at that age, half my video game playtime is Gran Turismo 4 and Age of Empires 2. Like, that's all it was. 2 very different games. Oop, try not to run into the wall. This is also ignoring the fact when we didn't own a Nintendo 64, and then that's a bit of a blur, but I do remember playing a lot of Mario Kart. What a big old-fashioned TV. What do they call them? It's not. Does it count as a CRT, or it's not? It's not a plasma. CRTs tend to be small, but this is one of those. It was like it was a relatively large TV that was, you know, that really boxy unit. Maybe it was a CRT. Quickly look up all the different types of TVs for me from the 2000s. This thing is faster than me. Yep, no, don't play his game and you'll just overshoot. Yeah. It was big though, it was, can't give you a size because I'm thinking like, what? It's like a generic TV size because I'm thinking like 36-inch, but like, no, that's not it. I remember the setup that we had was I had like this old computer in my bedroom. And it would always turn on if you touched a key on the keyboard. I can never figure out why. But it was definitely like, it wasn't a case of like, oh, you only just put it to sleep. No. It was always off. It was quite good about that. But it would always turn on when you press like a key, and I think we eventually disabled this setting, but I had to get Dad to do that, because again, I was still just a small child. But yeah, so I had the PC in my room, and my sister had the big, well, she didn't have the big TV, but she had like a more reasonable sized TV. Can I trap him in this corner? Yes. Get out and play person. But yeah, my sister had a TV in her room with the Nintendo 64. So it was always a case of if I wanted to play that, I would have to go into her room. And she basically set it up as like a toll, like a bridge toll. I had to do something for her in order to actually gain access. It's messed up. The size of the wall. Okay, so it's huge. Scuba! I thought it was a different track. I'm losing my mind. I hate Scuba. Long time ago. Yeah, just assume it's a CRT. Safer that way. 113-point race. Wow. I do remember playing a lot of Gran Turismo 5 on a plasma TV, and you can roughly see where it has your position in this game. Position number 6, lap 1 of 6. That that the equivalent of that in Gran Turismo 5 ended up getting burnt into the plasma TV screen. And for a little bit, there was a consistent ghost of the PlayStation 3 like home screen, if you can call it that. The PlayStation 3 like UI. It's pretty bad. God, who thought plasmas were a good idea? Because we always knew, don't leave the screen paused. Don't leave a plasma screen paused because the image will burn in. But just by the way that some things are like ever present, like channel logos or such, plasmas are always going to have something leave a ghost of an image. There's always going to be something burnt in. The Bernad's character. Now it reminds me of there's like a Twitter post. It's like, use plasma TV, burnt an image of Shiori Novella. Now the burn does have character's smiley face. It adds history. Alright, well we're a rally car, so being on dirt doesn't matter. As long as we can recover. In fact, I'm gonna disrespect this track real quick, give me a sec. This is a glorified bike track. I will not tolerate it for my cars. And we've got to catch a Lancer. It's one way to keep your OC around. Yeah, true. Oh, no, no. 3 seconds. What if I disrespect you? No, he still has better acceleration, because we're a car from the 80s. This car is, 42 years old. Ugh. Thank you. I don't feel like playing fair. Not on this track. Actually, the newest car, like actual car rather than a concept car from this game, is currently 21 years old. Because the most recent model of real cars in this game was from 2005. So, yeah. Old enough to drink in the US. Yippee. Congratulations, Mazda 6. Not Mazda 6, that was RX-8, sorry. I think it's 2005 model of an RX-8 or something. Or maybe it was a concept that was going to be the 2005 model, something like that. Something terrible. Anyway, Ferrier, what have you been up to lately? Because I've kind of been in a cave with a box of playing my own games. I've got 2 more laps. Well, yeah, 2. This is twice now more. Anima keeping blind and retreating back. And repeat. One must imagine Ferrier happy. Have you been able to tolerate any more EU5, or have you decided to give that a break? Because the main takeaway from a lot of my friends who play U5 is like they check in on it after DLC and they'll be like, oh yeah, no, it's still bad. Which is exactly what they said about Victoria 3. They've actually successfully managed to dodge the urge to buy Victoria 3 DLC purely on the basis of it being Japanese focused. So I think I'm proud of myself for that. But also at the same time, I think the thing that compelled me to not buy it was the fact that it was for Victoria 3. And if Victoria 3 was an actual game, I probably would have bought it. I wonder what we get from this. This is the original gacha. Oh, this is where they put it! That's right. So if I come over here... No! Oh, this is not fast enough for the Supercar Festival. And it's too fast for that one. Can I come over here? No, production cars only. Production on tuner. Is there any limit here? Okay, good, because I need to actually change something. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, don't clear. No, don't clear. I don't actually want to do the championship again. Just need to change the turbo, and I don't know what other menu that I can use. I think part of becoming an adult is changing your dream car from, you know, top of the range, fancy, flashy. Let's go no turbo. Like sports cars, and then going, I'm actually quite fond of the MX-5. In fact, a lot of what I've been doing... What's the championship? What? That must have been a bug. I'm gonna come over here, race car. Yeah, one of my favorite things to do in Forza Horizon 6 is literally just like drive the more regular cars, lower power tune, like no tunes and such. Let's come over here and actually equip sports tires again. And our lineup here should be pretty favorable because it will be, yeah, cup cars. And the click type R. Civic 98. Wow, this should be easy. Yeah, look at that. Subaru. Oh, Jesus. Can you not? Oh, Jesus, Micro, calm down. By the way, Ferry, we still need to, we need to continue head-to-head campaign in Shogun 2. It must be war. Please understand. Gentleman's war, to be fair. No, I just miss playing Shogun 2 and I need an excuse to not do just another single player campaign. Because when I look at my library of games and I go, okay, what can I stream? It always comes back to that one game. Because it's like genuinely like, okay, this is the one game that I like. This is my comfort game. This is the game that I want to keep playing. But does that not get boring after a while? The other thing that I've considered is actually having, just playing like Advertise 2 ranked, but then I know that I'm just going to have my ass handed to me. Oh yeah, this is one thing that we could do. We actually, this is what it feels like to be, yeah, true. It's kind of how it is. We still need to do Hearts of Iron 4, where we like play as the allies or something. And just go up against the allies team. Go against the AI as a team. The first hurdle to overcome when you're getting into Age of Empires is to learn that Sim City, not a good idea. Don't worry how pretty your building placement is, just put it down. I think trying, like, playing Hearts of Iron, because that's a game that I'm just genuinely only like I can say with confidence that I'm only amateur-ish at, because there are a slew of things that I've never been able to comprehend and still learn, like naval combat, and sometimes air, even though air is pretty straightforward, it's also a case of like, okay, well, I can put out CAS and air superiority aircraft, but like I don't really do like Logi or anything like that, which I suppose it's not what anyone does anyway, but like making tanks and such. Like I can only do infantry and like 9 with infantry with 1 arty battalion. That's how I like do my infantry. I do the most generic setup ever. So like I can say that yes, I know how to play Hearts of Iron, but like I don't know how to do well, which is why like playing like a generic Iron Man mode game is like still something of a challenge for me. I think it would be cool to play with other people who have only had like minimum hours, and for lack of a better term, I think I have like 100 and something, but like yeah, that's nothing. I think having a big MP game where you try to play it out historically would be good. For Italy and China, yeah. Yeah, I shied away from playing Italy because I never understood how convoys work. I'm like, how do I actually get units from Italy to Ethiopia? And it was like, just make a front line, dumbass. And I'm like, okay, but how does that work? I remember like my first 10 hours in the game just skill issuing over how to actually deploy troops to a front line. Yeah. Yeah, my main takeaway for Navy stuff is like, okay, depending on what nation you are, you can just ball up your fleet into a death ball, and then just keep your starting fleet roaming around. And then you just like make some cruiser or destroyer production, and you just add to it from there. Or you play like a nation like Germany or, you know, any other naval minor and just do subs. Good a second. I think by that point, it's like Italy is a good one to learn Navy with, and just like when you're consciously aware, okay, my Navy kind of sucks, so I need to lock in for this. But when you're playing as the British, it's like, okay, just combine all your fleets and protect, you know, the English Channel and North Atlantic, and then you're done. When you're playing Italy, it's like, okay, well, I'm actually going to get destroyed by the British and the Americans unless I do something about it. I'm just going to get this mouse out of the way, it's going to annoy me otherwise. If we can somehow trick a lot of people into playing a low-skill Hearts of Iron 4 multiplayer, that would be fun. But then I would have to be like, oh yeah, I can totally be trusted on the USSR. I've never been able to successfully defend against Germany as USSR in like against like another player who's actually kind of good at the game. Yeah, Germany could in hand of Barbaros with Battle of Tokyo Fair. You gotta fill in those majors, yeah. The thing, the part about the USSR that sucks is, like, if you, like, don't keep up with the main front against Germany, and you, like, let them break in from one location, it just overflows. And then it becomes a nightmare of, micro. And the intensive micros is something I'm not capable of, because then I just start losing big stacks to encirclements. My go-to, playing multiplayer, again, with, like, people who actually are kind of sort of sweatlords at the game. My go-to is, like, Communist China or, what's another one? I guess it's really the only one that I, like, competently do well in is with Communist China. It's because you start with nothing and you work way up. I've done Germany a few times where that's with, like, heavy babysitting. Oh, in the US as well. Just having that untouched industry and just being able to make whatever you want. I think one of my most fun experiences has been as Oswald Mosley's Britain experience, but I'm, like, maximizing the speed stat for, like, medium tanks. So I'm trying to make the fastest tanks in the game for mediums. And I was able to, like, go from Miami to DC, like, in just, like, a straight line. Oh, yeah, for sure. When you play, like, majors tend to get to the fleet, yeah. And it's usually, like, one dedicated air, one dedicated, like, eco, and then one on army, and then, you know, that sort of management gets shared between the guy who does, like, the economy. Or something like that from what I've sort of watched. Oh yeah, no, that's the other nation that I like playing. Sweden. I like doing Sweden's things. Ball bearings, my beloved. Perfidious Swede funding the war in exchange for food. I mean, I have a VOD for having played in Play 4, so I think that highlights how well I actually play personally. But the other thing too, the other caveat is that, like, I play with people who really know the game quite well because they play in competitive games, but every single game that I've played has more or less been like a casual, just everyone have fun smiley emoji. And it's usually ahistoric, but we've done a couple a couple of games of like actually LARPing World War II, because then it actually gives us something to do. Whereas when you do a historic, and everyone's doing a historic, it's like a case of like, okay, who's actually going to start World War II, because it's 1943. I would, speaking of speaking of doing really well in games, I would be interested to see how you and Lapida play with Age of Empires 3, because its approach to the Age of Empires formula is a little bit more, it's got a, what's the right term? It's like a lower skill floor, but then also like the skill ceiling's still there. But it's a lot easier to get into because of the way that like resource management's done in the XP system for shipments. I've never played it, but I think it's the same sort of rough template as Age of Mythology with the resource management, I think. Where it's like you got no dropper points, it's just the resources just accumulate. Does? Okay. Yeah, Age of Mythology was the only one that I've never played. Ooh, okay, we're gonna cut. Interesting. Beaten up Lapper a few times. Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah. It's like the second thing you learn after like, so step one of being good at an Age of Empires game is learning how to like don't worry about making your don't worry about making your settlement or your base or whatever you want to call it. Don't worry about making it pretty. Just put down the buildings and go and do the thing. The second step is learning that actually early game aggression is really good. Don't just go to Imperial Age and build up pretty armies. So I have technically played Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, but I played specifically the DS version, which is a turn-based game that does not function like Age of Empires whatsoever. But I'm Byzantine. Yeah. No. Yeah. Please understand, the Byzantines have the best, like, fuel hate aggression in the game. Well, some of the best, by virtue of like having really cheap skirms and spears. Oh, we're already here. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna give this to the B-Spec driver. I don't want to play this track. He might come last. He might come any place with this AI driver because I barely use him. But regardless of what he comes, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna still get some sort of prize money. Oh, he just went over 2 places. That's rather impressive. It just lets me not play on this track. This track is such a nightmare. That did not take much effort. Use this time to do something else. Oh, hello. Hello. The boys are asleep. I'm able to heat up the house enough with just the temperature of my PC. It's good. Very efficient. Okie dokie. The other thing too that I would be kind of keen on, but it's a lot harder to actually get going because of the nature of the game itself. Although there are some alternatives to it that could work as well. I forgot that you get this from. But I would be keen on playing like Magic the Gathering with you and Lapidov, because that would be funny. But the problem is that if you play Arena, it's like you have to. It's the starting amount of cards that you get and all that. It's just not enough to actually get something decent going. Magic Online's a bit how you going? You have to have like a. Yeah. You really got to be committed to it to actually set up Magic Online, I would say. It's pretty intuitive. I think Arena does do a good job at explaining how things work. Where is mine? I'm just going to sort by power. Where is mine? Saves. Yeah, there's not going to be anything that's going to be a challenge here. But they are forcing us to do 3 laps of Tokyo, which is interesting. Yeah. Because you can also do it on Tabletop Sim, but then that might be clunky, and I don't actually own Tabletop Sim. Because like, the upsides of Arena is that it's free, and that it does teach you pretty well, but then the downside is like the crippling part, where it's like, okay, but you gotta like either spend a lot of time or money to actually get something going. Although with how Brawl works, and hopefully when they add in Hopper Commander, which they maybe might, they keep hyping it up, and it being a singleton format, you only really need 1 copy of each card that you want, and you don't. So you don't actually have to play out the playset. I've been meaning to try out Shadowverse ever since it kind of got an overhaul of sorts, because it became an actual TCG game rather than just a digital only game. I haven't played since it actually got its own real card game. And I don't know if the digital version is actually this, if it's just maintained like digital only aspect, so if it has just fully converted to something that's actually possible for tabletop. Because it would have those sorts of Hearthstone effects in terms of like just fabricating cards out of nowhere and random chance that you can't really get, that you can't what's the right word for it? That you can't feasibly recreate in real life. So the fun that you can only really have in a digital client. See, I'm interested to see how Shadowverse is. But I'll have to do that in private first rather than doing it as a stream, because it might be like, oh, 20 minutes in and it's it's not good. Or I'm terrible. And I'm not having fun. There's the sorts of games where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to like scout it out and get a feel for it before I decide if I'm actually going to like stream it or not. This thing is so heavy. Even playing something as, speaking of tabletop games, playing something like, Fellas of Catan would be fun. Although you would want more than 3 players for that, I would say. And I know, there's an online client for it, with like colonist.io or something like that. I haven't used it before, but it looks, I mean, it's really popular. So it looks pretty okay. Although then again, it's like, at what point do you just go, okay, buy Tabletop Sim? I actually have to check the Steam sale, because it might just be worth it, because I know, I have had a few people say, oh, just play this on Tabletop Sim. And I'm like, looking at its full price and being like, nah, because I know it's going to be a case of, like, unless you, have, like, a consistent, like, okay, people want to keep playing this on some semi-regular basis, it's like, okay, why even bother, because you can't really do anything on your own with those sorts of games. Seconds. Nemesis? Wait, what's that? Change up my playlist. Fair enough. A lot of German cars in this lineup. A bit awkward, but that's okay. Oh yeah, that was a bit hard. Wreck earlier. It's only 3 laps of New York, which is good. I think it's like 6 or 8 laps. I'll have to switch off. What else is there? We could also do a marathon game of Civ 6. That would be very fun. Marathon game, but 1 minute timer. Oof, crash. Really gotta savor the turns. Didn't go too long. Oh, we go back to Seattle now. Which makes sense. This is all cities event, so yeah. Should have expected it. There's a Mustang in this lineup. Still only 1 point race. tiny bit sketchy down that. Felt that it's a bit sharp there. Yeah. Keep that in mind for later. Ready? Get some up. And do it again. Got 2 more laps of this. It's quite slow, but that's fine. next city, please. Hong Kong and special stage round 5. Okay. Cool. Best for last, I suppose. Although I wonder which version of Route 5 it is. 4 laps of Hong Kong. Oh no. Did we get the overtake? No, not yet. Oh, straight away. Wait. Ready to take that corner super fast, not while the tyres are still warming up, just that little bit. There we go. This might be my least favorite. I mean, I think there's only the 2 options, but yeah, this version's not as good as the other one. But I can't remember which one's the reverse version, which one's the regular version. I think this is the reverse. Something to do classic cars. What can we take there? It's got to be something from earlier than the 70s. Or maybe earlier than the 80s and it's 79 up? With 79 below? Trying to think, what can we take there? We'll probably just buy a Buick Special, I guess. Unless it's only production cars, which it might be. And the Buick counts as a tuning car. Just gotta stop bumping into those walls. keep hanging left, thinking that I gotta turn right. It's it is a left turn. Seconds in front of this master. I think just a bit overkill. Ah, yeah, it's the full one, which makes sense for 3 laps. Sure. Might drop a save after this too. Because what have we done so far? We've done Club and League Championship, Homologous Heroes, and City Slickers now. Which is a decent chunk of the professional events. Not to worry. Oh, wow, okay. I did not like turning at all. Nice. Yeah, okay. Could have afforded to brake harder than that. That's okay. Third. Oh no, crashed. Oh, this is after I said that I was going to save too. Oh, that's so annoying. Paused. Why is it paused? How do I unpause? Pause on start. Pause on focus. Pause on menu. Can I save this as a save state and then exit without saying load it again? What a load of state. I'm glad that worked. But I don't think it was like... I don't think it actually crashed, because it came up with pause in the top right. I didn't know how to unpause it. Regardless, I'm going to save it now. I am going to save it now. That was spooky. Because unlike when we had issues with, when we're doing the license tests, there's no easy way to actually, like, rectify that. We would have to do all the events again, which would be, torturous. Alright, so we have compact car. Oh, we can use the... No, we didn't get a Peugeot 205, did we? What do we actually need for that? It's 4,000 mm less. Length. The Golf is too large. Oh. Yes. compact cars. Hello. We meet the criteria. I might save over that save state as well. That might, yeah. Save state. Save on top of that one. Yeah, we can go straight into it. 5-point race. Good. I kind of want this done. I'm surprised the golf. Oops, sorry. Golf wasn't actually eligible for this. It was just slightly too long, even though it was a hatchback. Good again. We're back in Seattle because this game really likes Seattle. Out of the way, Peugeot. This is in the other direction, so it does change it up a little bit. This thing really likes the slide. The tires are cold. You know what we haven't finished doing between yourself, me, and Lapidar is we haven't finished watching Chinese cartoons. We still have, I don't know if we finished Season 1 of Apothecary Diaries. Maybe we did finish Season 1. We definitely haven't seen Season 2. And Witch Hat Atelier is a good one to watch as well. I need an excuse to watch that. Again, straight away, because it's just the season just finished airing. Yeah, you don't really need to be first for that corner. It's okay. Stay in second gear. How's it not working? There we go. There you go. Sick drift. Oh, wait, don't. Oh, that's right. This is the championship. Next race. Straight back in the Tsukuba. 5 laps. No! I think I had a nightmare once where I had to drive on this truck. Weird braking on my part. Brake harder on that corner, although then again the tyres are still cold. We'll warm them up in a bit. Is that the 106? Is that the 206? It's probably the 106 still. Now it's actually getting green. Although the back ride is still warm. Oh, it's still cool, sorry. bit wider, but that's okay. Oh, it's the small version of Grand Valley. Okay. That's surprising. 4 laps of the small version rather than 3 laps of the big version. And it's in reverse. Excuse me. Ow. Bit wide, it's okay. Minute 25. Oh, drifted that time. No! Alright. We would have had a good time, but, threw that a bit. Beans it up. Yeah, 1 minute 18. All going off track. Not too bad. Let's see if we can do better. No, we're just going to do worse. Oh, shocking. Didn't need to go down all the way to second like that. Almost first. Yep, off. Yep. Somehow worse. And again, went wide there. Wow, okay. Try it again, do it better this time. Still a faster lap than before. Thanks for that. Hello there. That's better cornering that side. Safer, but better. It's race 3 out of 5. Let's check what the last couple are. I might be able to pass it to the B-Spec driver if I'm not keen on driving it myself. Hong Kong reverse. 4 laps. And I probably should drive it myself. Oh, so this is the reverse layout when you go this way. Okay. Actually wasn't sure which one was which. Yeah, B-Spec driver is definitely not great on this with the sharp turns. So it might rarely make an attempt at overtakes. Even when the car's strictly faster. Done. Yeah, let's try not to crash. Oh, there you go. Nice. That felt clean. And last lap coming up. Donk. Clean. Okay, what is this last race? We'll take it, short. We'll throw it to the B-Spec driver anyway. So I can just do something else. Okay, son, you're winning. That's excellent. You don't need overtake anymore. Payout for that wasn't too great, but something, I guess. Yeah, with a backup car. Which you're meant to take for the other. Yeah, it's fine. Doing events out of order. Tee. No, we need to go back in here. So we've done all those. Classic tuning, supercar, premium car. Let me take. No, not the thing that I'm currently in. I need to take the Mercedes. How many races is it? No, it's a bunch. For G2, the older version of our car, basically. Cizetto, Celine. Let's see how it goes. 7-point race. Okay. Oh god. The 4GT being in front is a bit unfortunate because that thing is going to be able to get some distance while we're busy in these hairpins with everyone else. Let's see if we can catch him. Ah, hey Dutchie. Try not to hit that, or that one. Hitting the barricade is not advantageous at all. How are you doing? I haven't seen your face in a little bit. And to be fair, I'm not streaming. Still, it's good to see you. Ooh, okay. Didn't mean to drift like that, but I'll take it. Yeah, of course I remember you. You're like one of the 10 people who actually talk in chat. Even if it's just a simple hello. Didn't mean to do that, but I'll take it. Out of the way. Every third also stream? Yeah, no, that checks out. A simple art is your hello, I suppose. Two more laps of this. What did I do before eyes? I guess it depends which run of eyes you remember. Because there's actually been two. One that was a failed run, like forever ago, and the more recent one, in which case, if it was the more recent one, what was the most recent one? Well, I'll have to look. Because I'm curious now. What did I do before that? Yeah, it would have been a couple of months back for the more recent one. There was a campaign that I did where I think I was trying to do traditional only on Legendary. That was like a year ago, if not longer now. But that was a failed one where it was like, oh, we'll come back to this later, and then we just never did because we knew it was going to be it was not going to be fun. But the more recent one, I can't remember what the conditions for that one was. And like, not only am I trying to figure out what was the stream before that, but what was the actual conditions for that eyes campaign? Was it traditional only, or did we do that as someone else? I feel like I remember recruiting their actual unique line infantry. Maybe it was traditional. It does make sense as well for them to be the traditional one. Let's see. We'll see very soon. Gonna make it to the finish line first. Oh, was it the, Yeah. So there was the one where we played as Ice Domain for the Legendary achievement, where you have to play it on Legendary difficulty. There was that one. And that was preceded by the co-op campaign that we did with, Ferio. What was the traditional one? Oh, we did? Wait, did we finish the traditional one? We did actually finish the traditional one, but that was 11 months ago. Yeah. I'm looking at it now. It was 11 months ago when we played Eyes Domain traditional only. But the Legendary difficulty one we did is just like, we're just going to recruit line infantry, I think. I think that's how that happens. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the people who tend to show up and talk in chat have come from my Shogun 2 streams, for sure. Oh, that's a fantastic start. Look at this Dutch preacher in front of us. You're present enough, and that's... It's important that you show up, again. Anyone who shows up for more than one stream is, you know, great. It's nice to see. I might not always express it, but yeah, it's it makes me pretty excited to see familiar names more than once. And yeah, no, I know what it's like being busy. I have, yeah, like I said earlier, haven't been streaming a fair bit because it's been a busy term. But now the school holidays are back on. Oh, that was terrible. So hopefully, for the next 2 weeks, I'll have more opportunity to stream. But I've also got to be in the mood for it, hey? Because that's been another thing where it's just like, you're like you're ill or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, no, I don't actually feel like streaming. Actually, my last stream, I was like, okay, I'm in the mood to stream, but then I realized, like an hour in, I'm like, no, I'm falling asleep while I'm streaming. Yeah. No, it got to a point where like I was just having so many things come up that I just like stopped setting notifications because I'm like, well, there's no point constantly being like, yeah, no, I can't stream, not able to stream, sorry, I can't stream. Because it was just like one thing after the other and it was like, really unfortunate. So I ended up getting sick for like 2 weeks straight as well. Like I got really knocked out. I haven't been as sick as that in years. It's just some sort of flu that I picked up from presumably some random snotty child that I was working with. No one's more disease-ridden than children, am I right? Yeah, no, it was like really bad. But it'd also be on like like my streams are chill. Yeah, great. Yippee. They're so chill they put me to sleep. I've actually had like a couple of people tell me that it's like, oh yeah, no, I put your VODs on as like this is my playlist for when I go to sleep. There's been a couple of people who have said that to me. I'm like, oh yeah, fair enough. Because there's a few different streams from other people that I'll watch as like yeah, this is what I'll put on to go to sleep. So I get that. Curious to know, now that we're on there, we've only got a couple more events left in this league. And then we can knock out the World Championship. Well, knock it out, provided that we can find a Le Mans prototype to actually drive. And then if I want to keep playing Gran Turismo, I feel like I'm going to do I can either do a Germany exclusive or like a Europe/Germany exclusive run where I only use European/German cars, not the side, like, because if I go German cars only, then I know for a fact that there's going to be like a bunch of events that I can't participate in at all. But if I make it a European thing, then I do have access to more events that way. The best option would be to go just Japanese cars, which gives you access to pretty much every event still, except for like region-specific events. I'm not sure which one I would prefer. I'm kind of doing right now. This run has been just a casual playthrough. It was originally going to be a do it all in one sitting, but then power outage. That was fun. And then on the second stream, I had an internet outage for like a minute, which wasn't as bad, but that was annoying. So I kind of gave up on the whole idea of like, yeah, I'm just going to do a stream in one sitting. And I kind of underestimated how long it would be, because it's taken us about 10, 11 hours so far, which I think is pretty standard. So yeah, I'm just keeping this one casual. But then I think doing like some sort of, like having some sort of restrictions would make it fun to do over again. Plus we can probably go and use track randomizer or something. Because I really like Japanese cars. Really like them. But also European would be funny. Because then I can call the stream like Europa Universalis GT4. Oh, we're actually... Yeah, the cars on this track are like really slow, so it's not surprising that we've been able to get a minute ahead of them. Yeah, no, I have full understanding that between my audience who know me from playing Shogun 2 among other strategy games, the sudden split to playing a driving game, racing game, hasn't been kind to a lot of people. But as I was explaining earlier, like my childhood was like 50-50 Gran Turismo 4 and Age of Empires 2. Like those are the two games that sustained me. Those two games raised me. Back on Hong Kong. Young and ignorant. Fair enough. There's 3 minutes in this race. Ooh. Ow. The lineup here is actually way more impressive than that French race. Gotta stop trying to ram. There we go. Yeah, a lot... Like, Gran Turismo hasn't really done itself any favors over the last 15-ish years. 15? Nope, try not to break like that. 15? Does that make sense? 2011? When did Gran Turismo 5 come out? Because 6 was really like a weird release. No one played Sport. Sport was only like online racing. And then 7 is kind of... 7's there, I guess. And that was like released on the PS4 and the PS5. But like, yeah, Gran Turismo fell off after GT5. GT4 is its peak, which was, you know, 2004. Which is, yeah, still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth to think of how old that game is. 2004? It was 2004. That's what I'm gonna go with. And like the only other like comparison to this is Forza Motorsport, but no one plays that game. That's an Xbox exclusive, and yeah, no one really plays Forza Motorsport, because if you're on PC, then you're gonna play some other like actual racing sim game. And yeah, like the more readily available like racing entries are gonna be like your Formula 1 like yearly versions. Not that that game really comes out every year, but yeah, you know. To say that Gran Turismo 4 sits in a niche would not really be accurate, but at the same time, it kind of is, in the grand scheme of things. It's just a really big niche. Much in the same way that, like, out of, like, total entries, this might be egregious to say, but, like, Shogun 2 is, not the most popular. It's obviously had Warhammer, which is insanely popular, and if it wasn't popular, they wouldn't be making more. But a lot of people think of, like, Empire and Napoleon more fondly than they do of, or Medieval, more than they do of Shogun 2, from what I sort of personally gather online. I think everyone just agrees, like, oh yeah, Shogun 2 is good, but, like, unless you're in forums specifically for Shogun 2, it's like a lot of conversation revolves around how Medieval 2 did its job, or how everyone likes the ideas of Empire. Better stop driving, pull me. Well, yeah, it was a newer game, so it makes sense. When it becomes a bit upsetting is when you, like, Rome 2 came out after Shogun 2, and it still felt like Shogun 2 sort of just had more care put into it. This is basically this will lead on to me repeating the same ramble I had the last stream, where I'm just like start just spitting out about, like, the care that developers put into games and how, like, over time it's become a little bit, you know, less meticulous. But, like, you know, Shogun 2 had its own, like, weird, like, oversights and such as well. It's just... And also on the scale of things, like, because it was the smaller scale, of course it's going to have a bit more polish to it, because it's not trying to have such a diversity and so on. And some people would say that sort of lack of diversity is a shortcoming, but I don't know. I view it as like a, you know, it's a neat package. Like, no one says chess is boring because of a lack of diversity. Like, bring out a new chess piece. Why do we have to play with the same pieces? I just think the pinnacle, I think, like, Shogun 2 is the pinnacle of Total War games, because the way that Fall the Samurai was seamlessly implemented into base game, well, with base game, and how it functions with base game, and how it's able to blend two different eras of warfare together quite nicely. And the way that the campaign for Fall the Samurai, like, plays out and has that sort of, like, it plays the same, but it has the thematic difference enough with how development works, so that kept things fresh. Yeah, there's only so much you can do when you're, like, keeping it exclusive to a single island nation. But that was a bit greedy on the brakes, like that. Yeah, because I'm still gonna hit the wall. This thing's heavy. This thing's so heavy. I think it's nearly 2 tons, but I think we've skimmed it so that it's not 2 tons anymore. I've still yet to do Rise of the Samurai for a stream, but I know I will do that eventually. I've just got to wait for the right moment. So I've done that before. I played Rise of the Samurai privately for a co-op campaign with friends. And it was novel enough. I think it's worth streaming. Because how much content online is there for Rise of the Samurai, really? Compared to, like, base game in For the Samurai. It's not much at all. Why is everyone going here? Ow. This section. Moving up downforce to keep us pretty stable and straight. We were still in gear 4 for that? Huh. No! That was a bit of a skill issue. Yeah, we're still in gear 4. It remains to be seen what Creative Assembly is actually going to be doing with Medieval 3. It still seems like a lot of the attention regarding Creative Assembly is on, like, just clanning on them for Warhammer 40k. Which is upsetting. It's like, simultaneously, they're like, oh yeah, we're making the thing that you really like, but here's also the thing that you also don't like at all. Which just doesn't really fill anyone with faith that the thing that everyone's asking for is actually going to get the attention that it needs. Let's go. into a brick wall. Don't worry about it. Usually I'm just shouting into the void. Any input's appreciated, it's all good. Okay, sweet. I started just for the fun of it, really. Originally, it was a bit of a meme between me and my friends, and then just made it into a reality. And then it was just a case of like, okay, well, if I'm actually going to do this and I'm going to beat you, then I like, obviously you have to go, what am I going to like make my model? What's the model going to be? And then it was sort of like, okay, we get like, you know, two options, masculine or feminine. And it was like, okay, no, I don't really vibe well with masculine design. So we just went with something more feminine because, you know, I found out by doing like a little bit of digging, it was like, oh, this is actually like kind of like popular in, not so much in the West, but it's for Southeast Asia. Like a lot of streaming in Southeast Asia is just like Babiniku style, just people with feminine models, but they themselves are masculine. So it's like, okay, cool. This feels like enough validation. Let's just go for it. The model is tough. Hold still. And the artist that I work with to make the model was someone who was familiar with a lot of my other like hobbies. And so it was a case of like, oh yeah, you know this thing, I like this thing, you know this thing, let's make something vaguely based off that. And we went from there. And then as far as rigging went, it was a case of like, okay, so this artist who created the model was like, okay, well I know people who could do the rigging work. So it was yeah, the whole process was pretty put together smoothly. Like the only thing that I have to really figure out is like, okay, how do I actually set up, like, do all the streaming side of things, making sure that the mic works and has enough, you know, gain and such, and then overlays and all the streaming side of things. Like the Vtuber side of things is like all set up for me by the people who I've worked with, which is good. And if I ever have any problems, it's just a matter of just DMing them because I keep them, keeping those on my friend list. Yeah. I could have gone with something more androgynous, but you know, in the end, I was like, why not? And that's basically it. In regards to just streaming as a thing that I do, rather than the VTubing side of it, or the aspect of it, it's just, I mean, ultimately it comes down to just wanting to play games that I'm fond of and then yap about them, which is, yeah, that summarizes the majority of my streams, and I guess, the hobby of streaming as a whole. I think the important thing is that I treat it just as like a hobby, casually, rather than trying to make a big deal of it. Because I think that's where a lot of newbie streamers, which I still kind of fall in the category of, a lot of people sort of, the shortcoming is when they think, oh yeah, I'm going to make a huge deal of this from the get-go, and it kind of just doesn't work. The most important thing is to have fun, as cheesy as that sounds, but it is. So yeah, just treat it casually. Although I do want to make more short form content that I can put onto the channel as like something more serious, but you know, that's on the to-do list. Not something I can really hype up right now. Short form being, you know, like 20-minute videos covering something, rather than like a stream or like a long form, like 2-hour video. Streams themselves usually range from anywhere between like an hour and a half on like the really, really low end to you know, upwards of 8 hours, I suppose. We've had a couple of 8-hour long streams before. And then long form content is edited content that is, you know, about that same sort of like 1 hour to 1 to 3 being like the longest that I've seen for long form content. Short form is, yeah, like 10, 15, 20 minute, sometimes 40-minute content. Not as a, not as like a, another important distinction is that it's not clips together stream like highlights or anything. That's its own thing. Although usually you can incorporate like streamed VODs into that sort of content as well, I suppose. It's not like a strict definition, it's pretty loose. Because I do have that Gods and Kings series that I never finished either. Oh, we get a Lotus. Okay. And those are only like 2 to 5 minutes long. That sort of stuff is good for views. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Let's go straight into this and see if we're gonna... Oh yeah, 16-point raise. Digestible content, people... Yeah, that is like the perfect summary of it. But it also just would be fun as a project to like script together something and then edit it in some way. So I've never done that sort of thing before. Like, beyond that Gods and Kings series, which is very lightly edited. The way that I did that was basically like record the game capture, then, well, do the script, record game capture, and then dub over the game capture with me reading out the script, and sometimes ad-libbing. Although not all the time. And I would like to do something a little bit more complex than that, and like have, yeah, some other moving parts, I suppose. Oh, okay, can we not skill issue? That'd be great. So I think that might be the way that I tackle... I'm just going to restart the race. That might be the way that I can tackle successfully doing a game of Fall of the Samurai Master of Strategy. Because Master of Strategy is a bit of a grind fest. And it by nature of it being a pretty heavy overhaul mod, it does have a few issues. It does have a few bugs, does have a few game-breaking aspects to it if you don't correctly like stay on top of saving and all that, which isn't fun for streaming, but could be easy to keep on top of for like recording purposes. Anyway, the car that we're overtaking now is our big brother. Fetusing, hopefully. Oh, even he's bouncing off the wall. Okay. It's the Volkswagen supercar that's always in front of these races. I don't know why, but it seems to be seated that way. Once our tyres warm up, we'll be a little bit more confident on taking these corners. Yeah, because I really want to do... I really love Master of Strategy for Fall of the Samurai. It is such a fun mod with how it does the economy management and the nation building stuff with all the infrastructure, having to build factories for machine parts. It's just that, unfortunately, with some aspects, like trade with the West, you sometimes just never get access to machine parts. And then you can't build the factories that you need to build more units. And they have a unit cap on line infantry and spear levy, which is crippling for me. He's 6 seconds ahead. Monkage. I don't think... Okay. Let's see. The tyres are warming up, but he's getting such a huge lead. The other thing with Master of Strategy is because there's no nicely pieced together like wiki for it. God, this is terrible. God, I'm bad. Yeah, he's gonna keep overtaking, I reckon. Let's back out and see what we can do to tune this. Might even just cheat a bit and give it racing tires. Or we could try a different circuit, so that might help. But that Volkswagen is ridiculously quick. But yeah, like the idea of like making short form content is primarily just for the fun of it. But like the more views aspect of it is, you know, a secondary thing. It's always nice to see big number. And that's the way that I'm going to just meet more like people who are interested in what I do and have the same hobbies. Is he in this lineup? I don't think he is. No, he's not. This should be a way easier race. Yeah, it was literally only because of the lineup that we had in Seoul. Six laps of midfield doesn't sound too bad. Midfield? Midway. midway. Surprisingly, not mid. No, it is midfield. I was right the first time. Shouldn't have doubted myself. This is one of the original circuits for this game. Or this series, rather. I think this was in one of the, I think this was in the original Gran Turismo, if not GT2. It's a banger. Sort of on the same topic of like views and such. It's like obviously my more successful content has always been the Shogun 2 stuff because, you know, I'm a little bit more confident and competent with what I do and say for that game. And also there's, you know, people are craving Shogun 2 because it is such a good game. But it is still important that I do just allow myself to play other games like this that aren't going to get the same reach for one reason or another. Because, like Gran Turismo, it's like, yeah, it's a game that I love, but it's not one that I'm, like, super knowledgeable about, or super good at, because I'm playing with automatic transmission, I'm not doing manual, I'm not really tuning my cars, I'm not doing anything too, sophisticated, I'm just playing. But still, it's like a trap that people fall into when they start making content and they have like a smaller channel is that they feel like they need to like constantly chase like what's popular or what works, and then they find themselves like stuck in that sort of like that sort of they find themselves stuck in that sort of area. Oh man, don't do that. Where they just keep playing the same game over and over again, or they just constantly have to play something new when they might feel like they want to play something else. And I feel like the best way to sort of allow yourself and give yourself that freedom is to just start it early and just to set up the culture of like, yeah, I'm just gonna play whatever. Because if you foster like a substantial following off of one thing, the moment you stop doing that one thing is when like it feels really bad that no one is paying attention to anything else. Because there's like a couple of people that I watch. Like there's a Adrian Plays 2 streamer who you know, one of the top 10 if not top 5 competitive players in that game. The moment he streams anything else, it's like, oh yeah, no, he goes from like upwards of like 2,000 active live viewers, and then it'll drop down to like 20. And he just sort of like, even though he's aware of like the why, it's like, oh, I just feel like I can't do what I want to do, so he kind of just like sticks to playing the one game, even though he's like, I kind of want to do something else, but the audience hasn't really been fostered into the right culture for it. This GT actually overtook me, that's crazy. I gotta stop talking for a second, I gotta lock in. Not recovering from that. Sad. Okay. I'm gonna give this a rate reduction. I think only other aspect is, like, it's fine that people will just, like, come and go based off of, like, oh, okay, well, I was only here for this one thing. It's like, you know what? Yeah. Lock in and I failed, yeah. Did we? I swear we did get sports suspension, didn't we? We did. What else are we missing? I don't really want to make any change to differential. No, we can keep up with that, I reckon. We're on racing? Yeah, we are. Do we have racing brakes? No, we don't. I think we can get that out. And there is nothing stopping us from just picking up race tires. Let's just use them. Not there yet. Alright, let's go back to Seoul. Oh, that's City Slickers. Oh no, it has to be sports tires. My mistake. We might be able to get away with racing tires for the tuning car event though. And there's no Volkswagen here. No worries. Hopefully the weight reduction doesn't give us any tire slip. And it should help us with our cornering and such. Plus the engine piece. Yeah, this feels nice already. What was that thing? No idea. So there's obviously you have your different tiers in terms of sport and racing tires, and there's also like economy, commercial, wait, no, economy, comfort. Something else, which is like your, I was going to say common up, your conventional tires that cars would just come with stock. Sports tires are just grippier than them, and racing tires are grippier than sports tires. Then you have the different tiers in terms of super hards, mediums, softs, super softs, and then they let you know, like, they are an indication of how durable they are, how long they will last for. So your hards will provide less grip than your softs, but your hards will last longer. They will last more laps than your soft tires. So it's a sort of trade-off in terms of, okay, do you want maximum grip early for a brief amount of time? Or are you willing to put up with tires that are going to take longer to warm up, but ultimately are going to last longer? So that will be something that, so for the moment, in a lot of the events that we're doing, we're not, this has been the longest, the supercar event thing it's going to be the longest that we go around. Like 8 laps is a decent amount. Tire wear doesn't really compel you to take a pit stop until about 8 laps. So our tires, we're using softs. We're using sport softs. We should see our tires start to wear out near the end of this. When we do the World Championship, it will be a case of we're going so fast and we're doing so many laps that we will actually be compelled to pit. So it might be that we use super hards or racing tires and try and avoid pitting altogether. So that is the strategy we can do. Although the conventional thing to do is to just pit once, sort of halfway. Are we actually catching this thing? Or is it getting away? I don't even know what it is. 3 seconds? Oh, that might be that's a McLaren, I reckon. That thing is quick, but I'm also being terrible at these corners. I haven't done Saul in this orientation. We usually do Saul the other direction. It's 3.8 seconds, he's getting a lead. His acceleration is going to be better than us, so we really need to make sure our cornering is good. I could give this thing a better turbo. That's one thing that I didn't do. It's the only aspect that I haven't actually touched. And it might be that we need to. But if we get a second stage turbo or higher, then we are going to actually need to mess with the gears and such so that this car can maintain control with that huge boost of power, because the turbo does add a lot. Five seconds, yeah, he's leaving us. But I'm also being so heavy on that. Seconds. I don't think this is recoverable in 2 laps. Chances are he'll increase the distance. Yeah. Alright. Save ourselves a little bit of time. We'll get the next stage of turbo. We knew this one was going to be tricky. We can come back to midfield now. Let's get a turbo improvement. We haven't got this yet. No, we actually haven't got a haven't even gotten to stage 1. I think the stage 1 on its own increases it by a crazy amount. What's the jump between the stage 1 and the stage 2? So that puts us up like 60 horsepower. Puts us up at about 120. It doubles it, but then the stage 3 sort of drops off. Let's get a stage 2. Let's see how that treats us. Because it might be that the card becomes unwieldy now. No, not the extreme events. I see the orange flash and think that's where I need to be. Professional. Alright. Bring it up, and I'll be back in a moment. Kind of happy to know that we didn't get a turbo earlier. Because I thought we did. Let's try again. Although it seems like the competition becomes easier and easier. Easier? Be good if I can speak English. Competition seems to be easier still. Show us what you got. You can hear that turbo hiss. Oh, the CN is actually a scary thing to go up against. That thing has up to 900 horsepower. Oh, it's the HSC thingy. Thing's weird. It was meant to replace the NSX, I believe. Anyway, now that we go faster as well, we're not gonna warm up our tires quite quickly. So we'll be braking harder and everything. Which is not necessarily a good thing. But yeah, now, yeah. That turbo's one hell of an improvement. And we maintain stability too. I think this car has just innately good statistics for handling speed. And the downforce is also helpful. I keep forgetting that this is the corner here. Okay, that's me being terrible. Speed and power. Sometimes that's all you need. Just get a faster car, silly. Yeah, it's just us in the Cyan, Cadillac Cyan. It's quite scary, not gonna lie. Although we seem to have a pretty decent gap from him. Yeah, about 5 seconds. I gotta stop. I gotta turn. I gotta do everything better on that corner. Yeah, we just gave him a second for free. Let's go. So it's coming up soon. It's a fairly sharp right. There you go. There you go. Okay, we can afford to break earlier there. No, we did it again. Why overtake? Might be able to... Maybe. We got one more lap. We'll see if we can actually style on one of these slower cars. And our tyres should last for it too. We're really starting to get into the yellow, which is still usable. It's when it starts going orange that we need to be afraid. Much better. Much nicer. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to do it like that. Go. And yeah, and that CN's actually going to be slower now that he also has to overtake somehow. And the AI just doesn't know how to be rude in the same way that we can be. It's just rude in other ways that don't make more sense. Done. Okay, and then just 4 more races after that, I think. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I can count. Full GT. Okay. And the CNC here again. That's fun. Nice. That's what you want. Keep going. And past this yellow thing. Oh, on the outside apparently. That was a misplay on my part. Oh, there we go. The no fun chicane. What sort of speed do we reach here? We do get to 200. And we brake quite efficiently into that one, okay. So we can peak at 300 and then start braking pretty soon after, that's good. Not that 300 is actually our peak, but it's a good speed to reach before you need to brake. Okie dokie. Thanks for hanging me out. And I appreciate the compliment quite a lot. Thank you. Still need to figure out what sort of classic car we're going to use. We can use the Plymouth that we received. It's feasible to use that. Oh god, don't do that. That wasn't smart. This thing is not meant for rally. just over halfway in a second. Ooh, that was a bit greedy. Didn't need to do it like that. This is what we want. The sea setter after this. I think that's your reward for the Supercar Festival. And we are starting to lose our front tyres. Not so much so that this lap is going to be dangerous, but yeah, that front left tyre is looking mighty orange. Ouch. Don't do that. Yeah. Tragic. Okay, 2 races done. Now we have to do 6 hours in New York. Yikes. It's the reverse layout too. Wait, is this reverse? I can't remember. Maybe it's not. Yoink! Down the middle. No, middle, sorry. Whoop! Yeah, we just assassinate the Audi. Get past this Honda. And we overtake the Dutch. The Dutchmobile. And its clog interior. Yeah, you would. Okay. Oh, no, that was bad. Pray don't I blow anything up. I didn't know you could just change filters like that. Okay, watch me never be able to do that again. It was really good braking, I reckon. No, it's early. It's well. The Audi's still in the... What? When did the Audi overtake? That's scary. It was a bit awkward, but I went through. So I heard it in Instagram, yeah. Dude, I hate when music gets stuck in your head. Especially when it's like a song that you don't like. Yeah, we brake earlier than that, I reckon. Just to get around a little less wide. But we're making it work. It's better. some weird corners there. Keep going. 2 more laps after this. We're going to see we have Infineon and something else left. Oh, Super Speedway, right? There it is. Oh yeah, this is going to be one of the worst. Yeah. Yep. I knew I was too late. Oh yeah, just keep smashing. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, when is the other Merc gonna take over? And he did in the end. It's just that the Audi held on for so long. Actually, this is halfway. I was going to say, it's not 2 more laps. We've got to do 2 more after this. Oh, Doc, have you been keeping up with Genshin Impact news by any chance? I actually don't know if you've been playing any of it recently, but apparently they've revealed this arena. And I think the design is kind of what I expected. Oh, you're playing right now. Oh, okay. Safe guess. The design is something I would come up with. I don't know. Which is like a good thing, but also like... I kind of don't know. Like, what do you expect? Like, it's got like how... Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like the design is just ultimately just like fine. I mean, when I say that it's like a design I would come up with, that obviously gives an indication of like I really like it. But ultimately, it's like, okay, well, knowing the tropes of what this character is meant to fulfill, it's like, yeah, no, you're just checking off all the boxes for that. Like, it's not especially like grandiose or goes against like it's doesn't break the mold. It's just good. It's just fine. It's like, wow, I wanted milk tea and my milk tea tastes like milk tea. Incredible. I will say that I'm like, although I don't know how much of that has been fan art, but a lot of the early illustrations that I've seen of her, a lot of the sketches that have already come out have included like the, you know, the more traditional Slavic like Savina crown, which I think is cool because Slavic costumes aren't really popular within like, what's the right term? Like this sort of like anime art style, question mark? a scene we've never seen it before. Yeah. And I think that is why it sort of, like, gave me this sort of hype of, like, okay, well, obviously the design needs to be something very special if we've never seen it before. Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying. I don't know. Ultimately, it's still fine. And maybe they're able to. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to, but maybe they are able to just, like, create some stuff in retrospect and add in depictions of her in earlier story content for newer players to experience. Because there's, you know, a myriad of things that could have been, like, the cause in terms of why they've never actually revealed the design. Maybe they've just been toying with a bunch of different things and then never settled on one. And then it just feels like they went with the same option in the end. That's good. I like it. The design itself, we still don't really know the characterization. We can pretty easily picture what the characterization of her is going to be like. But we still haven't seen it. "30 hours and 4 days. You just got to unlock the mythical 25th hour. And then you'll be able to pull it off. Midfield. Jesus, just run into everyone, I guess. That was rude. There we go. Keep going. get some airtime there if you're not careful. And thus, you have enough downforce to sort of compensate. But yeah, that part of the track is on a decline, so it's worth being cautious over. That wasn't conventional, but it worked. Okay, disregard. We don't have enough downforce to sort of compensate for it. That is rather dangerous. Tuning car and classic car events after this. Do we already have the Buick Special? Where's that received? When I think of Gran Turismo 5 or its a price car. Maybe. Or maybe it's in the traditional, not traditional, American Muscle Classic event thingy. Maybe. That might be worth looking at. Okay, that was rather slow. Pick up. 3 more laps. That's rather late. Okay, yeah. Just giving yourself that chance to brake early. It's going to help us. We've been keeping a healthy distance, I suppose. Last lap. Keep going up against this Dutch spiker thing, and it's just not interesting. Okay, the braking was a bit heavy, but it's okay. The tyres are already warm. They didn't take much at all. Yeah, that corner gives me a bit of difficulty when I'm not ready for it. Just a bit over. Made it work. bit low. We'll make these ties last for the last 2 months for sure. Okay, no, it's threatening to go orange already, that's crazy. Okay, we got a 20-second lead, so I think we can play a little slow if we need to. Especially if we can serve a little bit now. Because then that will mean our last lap won't be as a poor condition. Yeah, he's gaining back a little bit now. So we let him. But also how much of that is actually because we are deteriorating our group. Yeah, that's not great. Last lap is going to be painful. Nothing we can do about it. Let's pray. Don't crash spectacularly. These tyres refuse to steer now, pretty much. The car's gone back to driving like a boat. Oh, this is scary. "12 seconds, that's definitely enough time for us to just limp our way over. Sweet. This is what you get from that. Okay. Not the car that I was expecting, I'll be honest. What do I actually have? It's old. Literally only 2 cars. The Superbird should be able to do it. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. A Honda won't. 69 horsepower. Yeah, no. The only downside with the Plymouth is that it's got to struggle on the Le Mans track. Okay, this is rather generous. Right. Doesn't matter what they have. Should be an easy miss. Sorry. Sorry. Let's try again. Oh, I got lied to. Blind corner that I thought was a bit different. Okay, he's got better turning, but we've got better straight line speed. We can live with that. Same corner. Literally the same corner. That was bad. See if we can go 3rd time's the charm and not try to turn into the dirt. That doesn't count. Neither does that. Oh, I'm being really cautious. We've got this straight, which gives us some good distance. Yeah, the racing line disappears and oh shit. This thing is fucking scary. Oh, don't do this to me, no! That thing is actually like way too fast. He starts in the back too. That's alright, we're allowed to take second for one of these races. Yeah, we were being way too cautious. 0.5 of a second. We can live with that though. It's only race 1. That thing is really fast though. Oh, he starts in 1st place. Don't you dare. Yeah, our turnings are not going to be as nimble as a Honda S2000. Exhibit A. We can do a sneaky though, I think I might do that just to compensate for probably coming 2nd. Pull off one of these cheeky maneuvers. Eight seconds. I've never been good at Apricot Hill, hey? Apricot Hill's kind of just one I'm terrible at. Turning, please. Don't have to do it again, but in the interest of time. I just want this race over and done with. Do anything on the Nürburgring? I just can't remember. What's 20-second gap? Yippee. Bonk. Okay. Two lamps of temperature. Is that all? Yeah, go. Hunt him! Is he gonna... Oh, he's actually fairly far back now. This thing's turning circle. Not great. No, it's speed anyway. Yoink. Yep, we can keep that. That's good. And we just got to make sure we don't quite hit that wall there in the future. This is the more technical part. Not that we're not taking it quite well. That's alright, we can compensate. Or it's in this coming section. Here. This is where we'll create our gap. That's a lie. Don't worry about breaking there. Just stay straight. Straight, sorry. Keep on the throttle. Light tap. Okay, interesting question. Okay. He hasn't actually quite crawled back up. They maintain the gap between them, which is good for us. What's next? Oh, okay, pretend we're definitely doing this ourselves. This is fun. We can punch him again. No, we don't need to do that. Oh, it's the reverse layout. Okay. Too much speed. That we instantly lose when we need to start braking. Whoop! No, we can make Bonk. Oh no. Let me do it again. Or you can just get out of my way, that works too. It's important that we actually do break up here, because if we're not careful, then we can just go flying into the invisible wall. Sick drift. Should be able to get a pretty good lead here. Ugh. Careful where you're stepping, little boy. Oh, son. I need your tail out of my face there. I'm blocking my camera roll, man. Oi! Can I help you? Thank you. Let's see how we didn't look like we're going to stick to the ground with that. Quite mean to send it sideways, but here we go. Everything on that side. Oh, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Just got to get a cat out of my desk. Out you go. You foul homunculus. Again, thank you. I'm going to do a practice lap and then give it to the AI. I don't want to be racing on Tsukuba at the moment. I think I saw 5 laps, which isn't egregious, but it's also a case of like, no. When presented with the choice of driving on Tsukuba or not, I think I take the chance to not drive on it. But that's because I can get placement. And the AI doesn't have to think about overtaking because it will start in first. Or thereabouts, hopefully. Okay, don't beans it up like that though. Wait, real time? Yes, this is slow. That was bad. First. Okay, I'll take it. Wait, we don't need overtake, we're starting fast. Just maintain it. Oh, that's good. Let them, yeah, let them fight. They fight, and that means we get to keep our lead, but no, he takes over. Hone. Yeah, that thing is incredibly good. Are you sure? Oh my god. What happened there? Okay, we should still win though, right? It's the last lap. I think I prefer this outcome than having to race on Tsukuba myself. I'll be real with you. That was bad. But yeah, we don't care about the prize money here. The payout's not that great anyway. But we come first in the actual championship. That's all that matters. Oh, okay, we get a Nismo. GTR. No. It's a weird looking entry. Up to 79. Yeah, what was it? We got barely anything from that era. I could use this with Plymouth. We know we are going to have to go up against either a Buick Special or a Shelby Cobra. Which is not going to be fun. I can leave it the next time, honestly, because then that means that we can cover that and the World Championship. How much percentage of the way through? 17.9. Okay. Yeah, we can work with that. We can come to that later. Cool. Alrighty. 218 days in game. Yeah, that checks out. You gotta find a way to make money. So we might just outright buy a normal prototype. Maybe. Cool. Alright. Yep, thanks for watching. I'll be back at some point. I have no idea. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. But yeah, I'll plan out something for the week, hopefully. The week coming up. We'll see.